Test. Palais Wilson, ground floor pour la webcast. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Palais Wilson, c'est tout bon? Canal anglais. Canal anglais, canal 2.
Good afternoon. Can I request everyone to please settle down? Dear colleagues, kindly settle down. Good afternoon. I call to order meeting number 40 of the 78th session of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. It is my great pleasure to welcome the distinguished delegation of Chile, in particularly the head of delegation, Her Excellency Ms. Javiera Toro Carceres, Minister of Social Development and Family, who will deliver the opening statement, and the distinguished members of the delegation of Chile. A very warm welcome to you here. We look forward to our constructive dialogue with you today. I would also like to welcome all those observing the dialogue in person and through webcast. Before giving the floor to the delegation for the consideration of the fifth periodic report of Chile, I would like to outline the methodology we will follow for the dialogue today and tomorrow. We have prepared a sheet with the proposed speaking times, which Your Excellency you've just seen, for the dialogue which will be conducted following 4 clusters and led by committee members constituting the task force for Chile for this review. The initial questions will be posed by the country rapporteur and the lead member for the cluster 1, which is Articles 1 to 5, Ms. Carla Lemus de Vasquez. Other members may pose follow-up questions thereafter. Other members of the task force are Mr. Mikhail Binfor, who's in charge of Cluster 2, which is Articles 6, 7, 8, and 9. Ms. Sharafat Afailal, Cluster 3, which is Articles 10, 11, and 12. And Mr. Santiago Fiorio, who's in charge of Cluster 4, which is Articles 13, 14, and 15 of our Covenant. The delegation is kindly requested to speak at a reasonable pace and to provide any written material that will be read out by the delegation to the Secretariat. To facilitate this process and to enable us to cover the full range of issues at hand, I would like to invite my colleagues and the distinguished delegation to speak in a concise manner, giving due attention to time allocation as well as the speed at which you make your interventions to facilitate our interpreters appropriately. With this, I have the pleasure to give you the floor, Your Excellency, and to deliver the opening statement. Excellency, you have 10 minutes for that. You have the floor. Thank you.
Señora Presidenta.
Honourable Madam Chair, committee members, ladies and gentlemen, as a representative of the state of Chile, I'd like to begin by thanking you for this opportunity to examine the path we've trod and to share lessons learned. We particularly appreciate these constructive dialogues, but above all, we deeply trust that you'll help us strengthen our country's development with a regional and multilateral perspective and with the will to bring about radical change. Our delegation reflects this commitment because we have the 3 branches of power here. I'm joined along with the Honourable Minister, I beg your pardon, the judge from the Supreme Court, Leopoldo Llanos Sagristá, representing judicial power, and Senator Juan Antonio Colomo Correa, representing the legislative power, who join the executive. I'd also like to point out that civil society took part in preparing this dialogue. We're pleased to see some representatives here with us in the room. Chair, since the last time we came before the committee in 2015, Chile has faced some complex and challenging times, notably the social upheaval in 2019, which brought to the fore a number of social ills, and the COVID-19 pandemic, which revealed structural gaps caused by inequality. We've also had 2 processes to recast the constitution with different views of the country, but both valuable as democratic processes and the will to renew our social covenant. All this against a global backdrop of uncertainty with a number of crises which stretch the role of states in the multilateral system, in which human rights and democracy should be our guiding lights. In this regard, democratic stability cannot mean inertia. Quite the opposite. We need dynamic institutions which can respond to the changing challenges and can reset when necessary and protect rights. This is the path that Chile has been travelling along, strengthening our institutional framework to ensure economic, social, cultural and environmental rights. Here are some examples. We've issued the law on parental responsibility and maintenance payments to protect children from non-payment of maintenance. And we have adopted and are implementing the framework law on climate change with intergenerational and territorial justice. And we've made a historic hike in the guaranteed universal pension, recognising the right to dignified old age, which shouldn't depend only on one's ability to save for it. Similarly, we're working towards universalising social rights reflected in our zero out-of-pocket policy for the public health system and educational reform, ensuring that school is free of charge, and also strengthening the public education system, amongst other things. Whilst we highlight our progress, we would like to recognise outstanding challenges. There are deep inequalities, gaps in access to services, and the threat of backsliding on human rights. Some of the challenges we face are to consolidate the national care and assistance system, which coordinates the health, education, social protection, and economic development policies with a rights and gender perspective. And we're also reforming the higher education funding model to stop middle-class families being bogged down by debts for years. Tackling urgent challenges when it comes to security, migration, integration and control, including persons with disabilities, indigenous persons and backward areas. These emergencies can't be solved with a quick fix. They're not just technical subjects, but they need political will, outreach, social dialogue, and putting the state at people's service. I'd like to reiterate that Chile is committed to being actively involved with bodies like this one. It's only through self-assessment outreach that we can really work towards truly inclusive, sustainable and democratic development. As a delegation, we trust that 2 days of dialogue of constructive dialogue will strengthen our ability to tackle these challenges so that we can have a future based on dignity, equality and human rights for one and all. Thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor to Senator Coloma. My capacity as a senator, I'm honoured to represent the legislative power of Chile in this interactive dialogue. These occasions are vitally important for sustaining a democratic system which all the branches of the state can point to the progress made, but also reveal the challenges we still face in order to ensure economic, social and cultural rights established in the Covenant. Over the past 5 years, our country has taken serious steps to strengthen the dignity of one and all by fostering legislative reform and seeking cross-cutting political agreements at a time when they're not always well seen, in order to achieve higher levels of social protection and provide opportunities for social mobility. I would like to refer to something which has been very important for Chile, something which we achieved after so many years waiting for it, was an agreement on the pensions system. This followed a long time of heated debate, but we managed to find an agreement right across the political spectrum. This was one of the oldest claims from our society. I personally was the chair of the parliamentary committee, even though I'm a member of the opposition, but we managed to achieve an agreement around 4 pillars. Chile is the country in Latin America with the second longest life expectancy. So we had to make sure that we made a lot of progress on pensions. We raised personal contributions from 10 to 16%, which will raise pensions by 60%. And people who've managed to save up during their lives, particularly women, who are then on a pension for over 10 years will have a pension complement and ensure that there will be the same pension for men and women of the same age with the same level of savings. That rarely happens up until now because women tend to live longer. And make sure that all Chileans get a pension of around $130 a month once they reach 65. This is a much more equitable system. It's a huge progress for us so as we try to build a better society. Thank you very much. I'd now like to give the floor to Judge Llanos. Very good afternoon, everybody. Esteemed Chair, members of the committee, all protocol absolved. We welcome the holding of this dialogue, which allow us to show you how we've been implementing the International Covenant of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Chile, and to provide you with information about the efforts which the judicial branch has made and which I'm a member of. We're trying to strengthen human rights culture. So the Supreme Court in October 2023 created a role of a judge in charge of human rights, and it's a position that I currently occupy. So we have regular coordination on human rights subjects, and we've also created a formal body for our work so that we can tackle various challenges through training and awareness raising, gathering statistical data and looking at how we've been implementing treaty body recommendations. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that the legislative branch is interested to see how we have included the covenant in our case law. We have gone through the rulings of the Supreme Court between 2015 and 2024. That showed us the most common articles referred to in our rulings concern the right to special protection for mothers for a reasonable period of time, both before and after delivery, and the right of persons to enjoying the highest possible level of mental and physical health. And we're happy to provide you with copies of our relevant rulings. Similarly, in our rulings, there have been references to the provisions of the covenant concerning the right to education, housing, adequate standard of living, trade union freedoms, and we have mentioned General Comment 15 in particular in our rulings. We also have a judicial academy which selects and trains judges, and we provide training to all people working in the judicial branch. That academy provides a wide range of training courses on academic subjects, including human rights, and notably a course on economic, social and cultural rights, challenges for the judiciary. I would also like to refer to the fact that the judicial branch is taking part in the National Human Rights Plan for the third time and the National Plan on Business and Human Rights. These plans involve all areas of the state, and the Supreme Court will review and disseminate case law on the rights protected in the covenant. I remain at the committee's disposal to provide you with more information on these and other subjects you're interested in. I do hope that this will be a beneficial occasion for us to make progress on protecting and implementing economic, social and cultural rights. Thank you very much.
And the distinguished delegation for your opening remarks. I think we're very honored to have such a high-level interministerial delegation representing different ministries and agencies. I now open the floor to our country rapporteur, Ms. Carla Lemus de Vasquez. Madam, you have the floor and 15 minutes to ask your questions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished members of the Chilean delegation, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the task force tasked with preparing this dialogue, I would like to extend a cordial welcome to you and thank you for joining us here today. We're pleased to see such a high level and numerous delegation being led by the Minister for Social Development and Family. Furthermore, we're particularly pleased to see that members of the Senate and the Supreme Court are included in your delegation, as well as representatives of a number of ministries which work on the rights enshrined in our covenant. I'd like to thank you for the information that you've provided through your replies to the list of issues, and we'd also like to thank all stakeholders that have provided us with inputs which have enabled us to get a broader view of the situation of economic, social and cultural rights in Chile. We acknowledge Chile's significant progress. This has been reflected in a number of legal, procedural and tangible reforms, but we would like to encourage you to share the challenges that your country faces, as the Minister indicated, because that will help us make our recommendations as relevant as possible and that they can truly contribute to the state's implementation of the rights enshrined in the covenant. As the chair's already pointed out, we've got clear working methodology in the committee. We have task forces of 4 members which prepare the dialogue, and then we share out the questions amongst ourselves. So I'll be dealing with Articles 1 to 5 as the country rapporteur and leader of the task force. These articles are a more general aspect. So I'd like to begin with Article 1 and refer particularly to the constitutional framework. On previous occasions, the committee has pointed out that the state must fully recognise and legally protect the rights enshrined in the covenant through the new constitutional framework. And the constitutional reform must be transparent and participatory in nature. So what progress has been made on constitutional reform, a process which began in 2019, and what is the time frame for constitutional recognition of the rights to water, health, education, social security, so that there is effective administrative and legal protection of these rights so that they can be fully enforced. Additionally, indigenous peoples are still not recognized in the Chilean constitution. Can you tell us then what is the time frame for you to constitutionally recognize indigenous peoples? And can you give us more details of the proposed constitutional reform? For example, are you including effective mechanisms for the judicial administrative protection of indigenous peoples' collective rights, such as restoring land, political participation, amongst other things? And when it comes to land demarcation and restoration, the committee is still worried about limited protection of the right of indigenous peoples to freely dispose of their assets and natural resources, as well as their ancestral lands. With that in mind, and particularly when it comes to Mapuche lands, the Presidential Commission for Peace and Understanding has highlighted that indigenous communities are waiting too long for land to be returned to them, and that not enough land has been purchased to respond to demand. We're also been struck by certain legislative proposals which could limit indigenous peoples' land rights, particularly those linked to the coastal strip and the possible use of the land of illegal occupation to evict indigenous peoples from their historic lands. So what measures are being taken to find a satisfactory and holistic solution to access and guaranteeing property rights on indigenous peoples' lands and territories, which allow you to effectively address the demands for land return? And what mechanisms are available to indigenous peoples to report and receive compensation for the violations of their rights to their land and territories? How can the state ensure that no legal reform or use of the law will restrict indigenous peoples' land rights? And what prior consultation measures are being taken in order to ensure these rights? Now, when it comes to prior, free and informed consultation and consent. We've been told that Decree 66 of the Ministry of Social Development is not fully aligned with international standards because it allows the state to take a unilateral decision as to whether a measure directly affects indigenous peoples or not. So prior consultation becomes a mere formality. According to the information we've received, a number of industrial projects have been approved without respecting the standards for prior, free and informed consultation and consent. And these projects have been rejected by society, and some of them even contradict recommendations from the environmental assessment services. So how does the state guarantee that industrial and mining projects are effectively subjected to free, prior and informed consent and consultation of indigenous peoples and affected communities? And how do you ensure that the prior consultation is linguistically and culturally tailored to the needs of indigenous peoples, and how do you ensure then that they're properly informed in good time of their rights? Now, when it comes to the National Human Rights Institution, how do you ensure proper staff and funding, and how will their extended mandate be implemented when there is legal reform which leads to greater mandates? And how do you ensure that their recommendations are properly disseminated, implemented? Now, moving on to Article 2 on non-discrimination. We've heard that in most cases in which the Supreme Court has referred to rights enshrined in the Covenant, they haven't been referred to as peremptory rights. For example, the rights aren't considered in certain national plans, and the state has not yet ratified our optional protocol. With this in mind, what measures have been taken by the state or will be adopted by the state in order to ensure that national courts recognise and fully implement the binding nature of the rights enshrined in the Covenant? Have you considered having legal indicators in the National Human Rights Plan which would allow you to monitor the implementation of the Covenant? And what is the time frame and the state's view as to the ratification of the optional protocol to the Covenant, and what barriers have there been up until now to prevent such ratification? Now, when it comes to non-discrimination, we're worried that the anti-discrimination law does not consider the concept contained in the Covenant, nor does it consider reparations for violations of economic, social and cultural rights, and certain vulnerable groups continue to be excluded. Furthermore, we've received information that the Migration Act could be leading to persecution, criminalization and collective deportation of irregular migrants. So what specific measures does the state plan to take to reform the anti-discrimination law in order to bring it into line with the Covenant, including effective reparations mechanisms and ensuring that economic, social and cultural rights will be imposed when there is discrimination? Are there reporting channels for case of discrimination? Could you provide us with up-to-date information on that aspect? And what action is the state taking to ensure that the implementation of the Migration Act does not lead to prosecution, criminalization or mass deportation of irregular migrants? When it comes to poverty and inequality, whilst we recognise Chile's progress in this area, the committee is still worried that such measures have not gone far enough in order to close inequality gaps, and that there are still large groups of people living in poverty and extreme poverty, including migrant children and adolescents. In this regard, what specific measures and what is the time frame for these measures in order to reverse the current trend of multidimensional poverty amongst the most vulnerable groups I've just mentioned? How is the state ensuring that its policies to reduce inequality and discrimination will provide an effective and sustained response to the demands which led to the demonstrations in October 2019? Now, moving on to business and human rights, whilst we've heard that you're currently drafting the third national plan on this subject, Chile currently does not have a binding framework which regulates due human rights diligence for companies operating in Chile and Chilean companies with operations abroad. Just a few moments ago, was a contract signed by the Ministry of Trade for exploiting lithium up to 2060 in the Atacama region and in the high Andes. And we've heard that the indigenous community was not consulted on a hydroelectric plant being built in its territory. So how will you ensure that there are binding rules on human rights due diligence for companies operating your company and for Chilean companies operating abroad? And what measures are you taking to ensure that agreements with the Pehuenche indigenous group are being respected? And how do you ensure that there is effective reparation for affected communities? Now, when it comes to human rights defenders, we've received worrying information about risks and threats to them, including indigenous and environmental defenders. What specific measures has the state taken in order to prevent enforced disappearance, attacks and threats against human rights defenders, in particular indigenous and environmental defenders? We'd like to know if there is any legal framework for protecting them and what specific measures are taken to prevent reprisals and threats and the criminalization of human rights defenders. I'd like to move on to climate change.
La aprobación de la ley.
We acknowledge the approval of the Framework Law on the Biodiversity Services and Protected Areas, SBAP. And we have a few questions about this. How does the state ensure that the Framework Law leads to substantive changes for communities and the environment in the areas that are affected by mining, including the Salares Altoandinos? Do you have a plan to implement the Framework Law on climate change to ensure that it includes specific protection measures for glaciers given mining expansion? On the maximum allowed available resources, what specific measures, we're thinking administrative, institutional, or other type of measures, are you adopting in order to prevent and combat corruption? And how do you ensure that corruption does not have a negative effect on public resource allocation and the effective enjoyment of the rights enshrined in the covenant? Is there any independent mechanism? What happens when there is a complaint? Would you mind sharing up-to-date data on some of these cases with us, please? Article 3, gender equality. We would appreciate up-to-date information about how you're addressing the political participation and decision-making gap between men and women, and what measures are you implementing in order to promote the effective participation of women in decision-taking positions in the public and private sector? Given that we have limited time, I will stop my questions here, and if there is time available during the follow-up round, I'll ask any pending questions. Thank you.
Much, Your Excellency. Are you ready to respond?
Podemos tomarnos 5 minutos.
5 minutes? Okay. Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll resume. Thank you.
Gracias.
request Her Excellency, leader of the delegation of Chile, to kindly respond to the questions that have been raised by the cluster leader and the country rapporteur. You have the floor, madam.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the expert for your questions. As we were saying, we believe that it is very beneficial for us to have this space for a constructive dialogue. We will be answering the questions you have for us. Beginning the question she had about the Constitution, constitutional order, and the constitutional reform process that started in 2019 in Chile. It behooves us to provide up-to-date information and brief you on the progress. It's a constitutional process, a democratic constitutional process. There was a democratic plebiscite which led to the approval or rejection of the text proposed by the Constitutional Court, which was rejected with a historic level of voter participation in our country. 61.86% of the ballots voted against. After that first constitutional process, then in 2023, we opened up a second constitutional round agreed upon by a multi-representational chamber with the presence of all political parties. And this second constitutional process, let's call it that way, had a constitutional amendment with a basic content that proposed, among other things, economic, social, and cultural rights, the human rights enshrined in international documents. This second round went ahead as planned, and there was a second plebiscite. And about that, there was a second referendum that was democratically voted upon. And there was a new constitution that was proposed for that second round, which was also rejected by a majority, this time 55.76% of ballots. So that covers the recent constitutional considerations. And after these two rounds of majority rejection of constitutional amendments, the government, the current administration, said that during this administration, no amendment will be considered again. Now, about the constitutional recognition of indigenous peoples, and this is one of the areas that was being addressed in the constitutional reform, we should say that the constitutional recognition of indigenous peoples is not just something that the government takes as a matter of fact, but it's one of the recommendations of the Commission for Peace and Understanding. It was mentioned as one of the essential aspects that needs to be included in a cross-cutting way to address issues between the government and the Mapuche people. The government has started a constitutional reform process from July 1st, 2025. That's when it was presented to Congress, and then it recognizes all the indigenous peoples with presence in the national territory. It recognizes that interculturality is a basic principle, and it recognizes their individual and collective rights. It also says that the law shall determine the way in which indigenous peoples will participate in the political bodies of the state that takes decisions. So that constitutional reform project is in the first round of consideration in the Senate. But other outcomes of the Peace and Understanding Commission, well, I should say, for general context, that it was a presidential commission convened with representatives from various sectors, Mapuches and non-Mapuches, but it also had broad representativeness from political spectrums with broad political support in order to address the main issue, which was territorial conflicts between the state and the Mapuche people. Chilean institutions, in terms of indigenous property provide for a mechanism in the Indigenous Law of 1993. In order to grant access to land to indigenous peoples, there is a subsidy mechanism for land acquisition, and there is also a territorial reparation mechanism for communities whenever there are land issues related to historically held title and legal or extrajudicial decisions. And though this law does represent a significant step forward in terms of recognizing land rights, and though reparation has been provided to several communities, just look at the last 3 years where we have provided reparations to 54 communities with over 17,500 hectares all told. There hasn't been enough. Institutions are not strong enough to take on board the whole historical request, which is why the Peace and Understanding Commission points out in their diagnosis that there are significant number of indigenous communities that though they believe they were eligible for reparation, have not yet received it. Or there were communities that have acquired land, and there are also eligibility requests under consideration. If we take all of this into consideration, we're talking about over 42,000 families that are in this situation, which is why it is so pressing to have institutional reform on land rights. And the recommendations presented by the Commission try to provide this comprehensive solution: constitutional recognition, which I mentioned already, but also new indigenous institutions, a coordination body that works with the executive, a reparations mechanism. All of these are current priorities. And some can be made progress in already, like constitutional recognition, which was submitted to indigenous consultation, is being considered by Congress right now. And there's also the land mechanism, which should be submitted to indigenous people consultation, and that's in the works right now. Regarding regulation of the right to indigenous consultation of indigenous people, Decree 66, here we realize that there have been some questions and doubts, and a dialogue about this was started. So we floated the idea of amending that decree. To do that, however, we need a consultation with indigenous peoples. And currently, we have decided to prioritize the consultations needed to implement the recommendations of the Peace and Understanding Commission. In terms of consultation, further progress, though this was not asked by you in the first round of questions, but I'll say it anyhow, the right of consultation of tribal people of African descent in Chile has been backed by regulation since 93 with Supreme Decree number 12. On the right to consultation of indigenous peoples on productive, extractive, or economic development projects, the obligation that falls on the state after ratifying ILO Agreement 169 and all the concomitant regulation is that when we talk about that type of project, usually we have the environmental assessment institutions, and there is corresponding indigenous consultation done as part of the environmental impact assessment as called for by Supreme Decree 66 and its accompanying regulation. So that answers the questions you had about territorial rights of indigenous peoples, constitutional amendment, and indigenous consultation. Daniela Quintanilla, Deputy Secretary for Human Rights, will be answering the questions within her purview. Thank you very much, Minister. On the questions you had about the National Institute for Human Rights and the Children's Ombudsman's Office, the questions about the budget and bolstering their mandate, I should say that putting together the institutional budgets of these autonomous bodies is the result of coordinated work between these institutions and the Ministry of Finance, and it's part of the legislative work, part of the yearly budget law presented to National Congress. Here, the executive, by the way, is committed to approving these budgets as presented by the autonomous bodies to ensure that they have the needed resources in order to properly meet their mandates. The recommendations that come from these institutions are part of the process for developing the national plans, like the National Human Rights Plan and the National Human Rights Action, Businesses and Human Rights Plan. Currently, it's done between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Subsecretariat of Human Rights. We're currently creating an interministerial follow-up commission to follow up on the implementation of these recommendations using the CIMORE recommendation monitoring system, which will become operational at the end of this year, as was pledged by the state during our most recent UPR before the Human Rights Council on strengthening the National Human Rights Institute. We should point out that throughout the first semester, there was a Presidential Advisory Commission mandated by Congress, whose goal was precisely to make recommendations on how to improve the Institute's operations under the Paris Principles. The Commission had representation from various political parties in the National Congress, representing many sectors of Chilean society. The Commission published the final report, which included 44 recommendations, and 42 of them were agreed upon unanimously. They are currently working on their implementation. It's in charge of the Institute and the Department of Human Affairs, which worked as the technical secretariat for the process. On improving the anti-discrimination law, I should say that now it is during the third constitutional review, the law reform 2609, and the executive has approved having legislation to combat discrimination and ensure that people that are victims of discrimination can, within the legal system, obtain proper reparation as a result of the acts of discrimination against them. We have also promoted anti-discrimination institution that could improve the state's commitments in this area. On the Businesses and Human Rights Plan and the regulatory framework in businesses and human rights, our department had a pre-legislative process, a bill, if you will, on due diligence and human rights. The main input was the guiding principles of the United Nations on businesses and human rights, as well as many intersectoral dialogues with representatives from public and private companies, trade unions, various professional associations, civil society, and academia. From the outcomes of this debate, we drafted a model legislation that is being fine-tuned by various ministries and various sectors in order to arrive at an agreed-upon document that would allow us to effectively implement the state's obligations in the area. Hopefully, it will be presented to Congress in the near future. On the situation of human rights defenders, at the end of 2024, the Protocol for the Protection of Human Rights Defenders entered into force. That is one of the commitments, one of the obligations arising from approving the CESCR agreement in our country. This interinstitutional coordination instrument includes a broad definition of a human rights defender. It mentions that citizenship is what we call institutional activation mechanism. It also has coordination between various offices in the justice sector and provides guarantees for the rights of human rights defenders. As a sub-secretariat, we also put together an online course on the main state's obligations in this area. The course is, by the way, made available to all interested public institutions where they have monthly periodic courses. The course is also available to our citizens in general. On the National Action Plan on Businesses and Human Rights, right now we're working on our third National Action Plan, which will include obligations for most state businesses, and it will materialize the many commitments that we have made in order to make progress in the implementation of the guiding principles of the United Nations in businesses and human rights. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Ministry Llanos from the Supreme Court will be answering the questions about recognizing economic, social, and cultural rights in our country, how these rights are protected, as well as the questions you had about protections afforded to migrants, the migrant law, and any potential complaints that might have arisen. Thank you. I would like to begin by saying that the Chilean Supreme Court of Justice has provided protection through two different mechanisms to holders of economic, social, and cultural rights. So the covenant that has brought us here together today has been implemented through two different paths. One, the implementation of fundamental rights. Chilean courts of second instance, which are the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals, understand that these rights, the ones enshrined in CESCR, are part of our own legal arsenal due to a constitutional provision, Article 15, Paragraph 2, about state sovereignty, and the fundamental rights included in international treaties on human rights that have been ratified and are still in force, and that compel state authorities to promote the defense of state rights. So it is by virtue of the implementation of this constitutional rule where we recognize the validity of international treaties in our legal order. It is through that that we can provide protection. And indeed, we do provide protection by that means. There's another means through which we provide protection, who have also recognized the validity of economic, social, and cultural rights. And it is through what we call an interpretation of international treaties as a way to interpret our own domestic legislation. And we have availed ourselves of the jurisprudence of this committee and its general observations. And so the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals and courts of second instance have recognized these rights either by protection, which is one of the paths, or habeas corpus or amparo, which is the other path, for people who find their personal liberty under threat. It makes me think about the case of migrants specifically. Through a constitutional amparo, habeas corpus, and also through the remedy of protection that I mentioned earlier, often the Supreme Court has taken on, and I believe most cases, the majority of them, have provided these legal guardianship mechanisms. Understanding that there is a new migration law that has been enforced in our country for 2 or 3 years already, which repealed the previous legislation, which the old legislation went against what was said in international treaties on migration. The new law recognizes the rights and It includes and it enforces them in our domestic legislation directly. But there we also recognize principles from international treaties, such as the right to family unification, the protection of boys, girls, and adolescents in vulnerability by virtue of being migrants. And I said it already, family reunification, because what we try to do there is to bring together migrant families to ensure that the principle of family unification prevails. So my answer to that question is yes, we have recognized the covenant through these two means, amparo and judicial protection. And then, as regards migration, the Supreme Court many times has accepted amparos to avoid the expulsion of a migrant, because these are the principles that have been recognized in international treaties that have been ratified by our country. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'll now give the floor to Caterina Fernandez from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who's going to answer on the environment, corruption, and the optional protocol to the Covenant. Thank you very much, Minister. With regard to the questions on the environment and climate change, Chile enacted its climate change framework law in 2024, which established the legal framework to tackle climate change, the target for achieving carbon neutrality, and how to adapt to climate change. The principles are climate justice and equity. The state must correctly distribute costs and benefits and safeguard future generations. There must be a gender perspective, and we must focus on certain vulnerable ecosystems, communities, and areas. So the framework law imposes the obligation on the state to consider climate change and environmental assessment. So we have made the necessary adaptations and we're meeting the CESCR agreement standards. Citizens must participate in environmental assessments without prejudice to the specific indigenous consultation mechanisms when that is relevant, as the Minister mentioned. With regard to the specific question about the salt pans and the environmental assessment, as part of our national lithium strategy, we have established a protective network of salt pans. They represent 8% at the moment, and we plan to put a further 27 salt pans under protection. With regard to glaciers, this is already a criterion in the law for determining significant environmental impact so that we can determine the necessary corrective measures. With regard to the environmental assessment, CESCR agreement ensures access to information, transparency, and citizen participation, and we have a national implementation plan, which means that we can hold consultations. We also have the Superintendent's Office, which has worked on the Anti-Corruption Alliance of the United Nations in order to strengthen transparency, combat corruption, and take other relevant measures. Lastly, with regard to ratification of the optional protocol to the Covenant, to date, the state of Chile has not made relevant progress on the ratification, but I would like to highlight that during this legislature, we ratified the San Salvador Protocol, which is an additional protocol to the Inter-American Human Rights Convention, which recognizes the justiciability of economic, social, and cultural rights before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. There is a lot of case law in that court on the subject. Chile's position is that there is a protective mechanism at international level for economic, social, and cultural rights through access to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Thank you very much, Catalina. And now to round off with the subjects raised so far, when it comes to poverty and inequality and your concerns about this, without prejudice to the progress we've made in reducing poverty, it is still a concern for us, as are persistent inequalities. So I would like to firstly refer to the fact that in December 2023, we established a Presidential Advisory Commission to update poverty indicators so that we can have a more demanding methodology for measuring poverty, income poverty, and multidimensional poverty. We believe that the standards must be raised in view of the level of development achieved by our country. So these were recommendations that were received in July of this year. They're currently being analysed by the government and together with ECLAC and UNDP, and we will include that in the results of the National Social and Economic Survey, which will be presented in January 2026. It's relevant because we're being given information so that we can establish better targeted public policies, even though we have social policies at the moment which are helping us to overcome poverty and we are organising intersectoral protection system based on the security and opportunities system for vulnerable families. And we have the Chile Grows With You policy for children and adolescents with universal supports in the areas of parenting, education and health. In addition to this, we believe we must strengthen universal policies. So that's why we've been working on a law for childhood guarantees, and we've been bolstering Chile Grows With You, making sure that the health system is free of charge with no out-of-pocket payments. We've also been strengthening the education system, as has been mentioned. We know that there are still gaps in the areas of education, social protection and care. For example, we have a bill at the moment on the national system of support and assistance. We think that this will help us close a gap. We will recognise care as the fourth pillar of social protection and will help us tackle structural inequalities. Some of the measures that I'm referring to will, without a shadow of doubt, help us tackle inequalities and respond to the social ills which came to the fore in the context of the social protests in 2019. We realised that a significant part of the social ills seen at that time persist, but we have been working on reforms which will help us build universal systems so that we can tackle inequalities and build a more cohesive society. There was one other point concerning indigenous peoples and the right of coastal peoples. I think you're referring to the law which created coastal areas for indigenous peoples. Its implementation has recently been questioned. We're aware that these marine coastal areas for indigenous peoples take a long time to be processed and it takes a long time to implement them. We're worried that legal reform could eradicate the more substantive aspects of that law. So that's why the government has presented a legal amendment to Parliament in which we raise our concern about the constitutionality of the proposed reform. With regard to equality between women and men, obviously there's many aspects of this and there are gaps in various areas. So at the outset, we can state that there are significant gaps in the labour market, and so we need to do more. We need sharing of parental responsibilities. We need to do more for the national system on care and assistance, but we've made progress in political spheres. For example, there was gender parity in the constitutional conventions. We also have an electoral system which ensures that there is gender equality on electoral lists. There are still challenges, but we have ensured that there is greater female participation in political decision making, and we recently enacted a law to ensure that women can participate in company boards of private sector companies. Just some of the examples of what we've been working on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you so much for being so considerate about the time, because we will want to have all our questions posed to you in our constructive dialogue with you. The floor is now open for follow-up questions. Dear colleagues, kindly indicate. So I recognize Ms. Carla de Vasquez as the country rapporteur as the first, Mr. Santiago, yes, and then Mr. Winfer. These are the three that we see. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta, y muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the delegation for the high quality answers that you've provided for the first cluster of questions. In fact, I've got 4 questions which I didn't have a chance to ask before because of time constraints. This is limits on exercising economic, social and cultural rights. Since May 2020, there's been a state of emergency in Araucanía and Biobío and Arauca regions, and that's been constantly extended. So my question is, what measures has the state adopted in order to ensure that this state of emergency doesn't restrict the enjoyment of economic, social and cultural rights? And how do you ensure that restrictions are proportional and only temporary and only strictly necessary, so that there's not punitive use of these measures when there are land disputes? And what accountability mechanisms are in place in order to monitor the impact of these measures, in particular on economic, social and cultural rights? Furthermore, we'd like to know if there are any mechanisms to ensure that affected communities can make complaints and attain reparations for violations of economic, social and cultural rights during the state of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fiorio, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the delegation from Chile. I'd like to delve further into climate change. What mechanisms, transparency mechanisms are available in the carbon trading scheme so that it doesn't become a compensation system that doesn't achieve net reductions in carbon emissions? I'd also like to know what measures has the state taken to mitigate the environmental impact of mega industrial and mining projects such as the Alto Maipo hydroelectrical project in order to be in line with the convention? What are the regulations for consultations with indigenous and traditional communities? The standards set out in Article 6.2 of ILO Convention 169 foresees free, prior and informed consent and not just consultation. So how does the state ensure in its legal framework and in practice that it respects the right to free, prior and informed consent and not just consultation? If you look at the UN General Assembly webpage, you'll see that Chile doesn't appear on the roll of honor showing contributions received for the UN General Budget 2025 and 2024. The last time that Chile paid up its contributions to the United Nations, it was in 2023. In light of the covenant, the state must make maximum resources available, including through international cooperation, to ensure that economic, social and cultural rights are effective. In view of the current liquidity crisis in the United Nations, we'd like to know, why has the state been unable to meet its obligation to pay contributions to the UN general budget? And we'd like to know what is the time frame for the state to honour its obligations to contribute to the UN general budget? And would also like to congratulate you on your recent accession to the San Salvador Protocol. You consider that it's equivalent to the optional protocol to this covenant. But you've already signed the optional protocol to our covenant. You just haven't ratified it yet. So we'd like to know exactly what are the reasons for not completing the ratification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furio. Mr. Winfo, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. And from my side, also a warm welcome to the distinguished delegation of Chile. I would like to ask some questions concerning the issue of maximum of available resources, how much money you spend for the issues we are dealing with. And we normally look into the income side and both also the expenditure side. Yeah? And when it comes to the income side, first I have observed, at least in your statistics you provided to our list of issues, that you have a quite high percentage of indirect taxes. Yeah, 60% you're reporting, 50% is value-added tax, and only the rest is direct taxes. So do you plan to think about this? Because income side-wise, direct taxes can be more productive, and what type of incomes you are considering? I was also reading that you are planning to deal or tackle better tax evasion, but I haven't found a lot of details, and it is very recent, and your report was delivered in 21. So maybe you can explain a bit what you try to do also maybe in increasing your income side. On the expenditure side, well, your statistics end in the report in 2020. No wonder, because you delivered the report in 21. But in between, just to find the trends, you were reporting how much you have started to do in the social and pension areas. I'm just interested in, for example, for housing, the percentage was even decreasing up to 2020. Has that reverted a bit? It's 4 point something in 2020. And also for water, sanitation, it was very low rate. While on health, it was increasing up to 2020. Maybe you can give us an update how this has been developed in the last different budgets for education, health in the last years, and maybe a forecast what you intend to do in this respect. Yeah, that would be very nice. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Winfo. At this stage, I don't see any other requests for the floor. So, Your Excellency, we request you to kindly respond to the questions that were raised. And if you feel you have not been able to respond to the questions posed initially, this is the time for you to respond to those as well. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With regard to this latest round of questions, I'd like to ask Catalina Fernandez to answer about environmental standards, notably with regard to energy projects and specifically the Alto Maipo hydroelectric plant. Thank you very much, Minister. With regard to the Alto Maipo hydroelectric project, this is operational. It was authorized and there was an environmental impact study. The environmental impact study identifies any significant effects during construction operation and decommissioning, including the various effects which can be addressed through mitigation, compensation, and reparation. On the other hand, there were some relevant positive impacts, such as creating 2,500 direct jobs, mainly for local workers. There's positive measures along with mitigation, compensation, reparation, enabled it to get the environmental seal. Nevertheless, more recently, there was an exceptional revision of the environmental seal of approval because of the development of one of the variables during construction. This was the competent environmental court which asked for this, which showed that the volume of water had gone beyond what was originally planned, and so they weren't meeting their obligations. In 2021, the Environmental Impact Service issued its final decision, which went back on its seal of approval in order to take stock of the risk. And then was an appeal from a group of citizens, which was rejected. In this regard, the institutional mechanisms worked. There was the appropriate reform, there was citizen participation, and there was a review of any unplanned impacts. Thank you, Minister.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Catalina. Now, with regard to the question on the state of emergency, I'd like to put it into context. The state is set to address this situation as it's not a one-off, but is linked to initiatives which the state has been taking under the Commission for Peace and Understanding and the Good Living Plan. That's an initiative which focuses in particular on developing the Biobío, Araucanía and Los Ríos and Lagos regions. So on the one hand, there's this state of emergency. We are addressing the structural causes of conflicts which have been dragging on for some time. We believe that this is vital. Now, with regard to the specific situations and the human rights concerns, perhaps I can give the floor to Undersecretary Quintanilla to take the floor. Thank you very much, Minister. I would like to underscore that the state of emergency has the main aim of reducing crime in the region. There's been a positive and measurable impact because in 2021 and up until the end of 2024, we've seen a 67% reduction in rural violence. So this means to say that if you compare recent years, we've avoided around 700 acts of violent crime. This is thanks to the efforts of law enforcement. We've seen that there's been less than half the level of violence compared to previous years. So we are working towards an environment free from violence in this region, and I'm sure that this will also have a positive impact on the enjoyment of other rights. The state of emergency has not meant there have been significant restriction of rights. There have been sporadic curfews following the murder of 3 carabineros, but such restrictions have not been long-lived, and the various protective mechanisms have been in force throughout the region, and they've been the same as we've had in the country. We haven't seen any significant restrictions on rights in this region. There's been a specific aim to reduce the levels of crime, and we believe that there has been a positive impact, which can be proven in this region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much, Madam Undersecretary. With regard to the standards for consulting indigenous peoples on any project or administrative or legal proposal which could affect their rights, as you were saying, we have a Supreme Decree 66 on Indigenous peoples' rights, and we also have a more recent decree on the rights of Chileans of African descent and tribal peoples. So we carry out good faith consultations, so it's not just about mere formality when we have such consultations. It is a good faith consultation with the aim of obtaining the consent or agreement of Indigenous peoples, with the measure being planned. And this is something which is in our law, flexibility of procedures, good faith, so that the dialogue takes place. And another important issue which we have protected in this way, notably through the decisions handed down by the Controller General, even though it would be better to have more formal regulations, have led to the fact that Indigenous agreements with Indigenous peoples must be respected by the state. That's according to the decision of the Controller General. Now, with regard to maximum available resources, obviously we'll be able to update the information which was submitted in the report, which was sent to the committee at the start of 2022. Now, with regard to tax receipts as a proportion of state income, I'd like to update the information that you have, because we've got the latest figures from 2024. And what we can tell you is that out of public income for the central government, we have around 81% coming from tax receipts. If you want to break that down into the different kinds of tax, then in 24, 42.3% comes from income tax, 49% of that comes from VAT, and 8.9% from other indirect taxes. Then if we go to public expenditure and social spending, as a percentage of GDP, then public expenditure in 2024 was 24.6%. And then if we look at social spending, we'll follow the same criteria as we used for the figures in the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's health, education and social protection are the areas covered. And what we can tell you is that total social spending as a percentage of total government expenditure in 2024 was 69.7%. And this represents sustained increase in absolute terms, even when corrected for inflation. Nevertheless, there are still challenges when it comes to tax collection, so that the tax system is more proportionate. That's a challenge we still face, but progress has been made, as we've said. We've got a recently adopted law on meeting tax obligations, which the Senator can explain to you a bit about. Senator Coloma. Thank you, Minister. Well, in fact, a lot has been going on in the area of taxation over the past 4 years. It's probably the same the world over. Everybody was facing a budget deficit because of the pandemic, so people have had to undertake reforms. I'll give you a brief summary of our tax reform. What we decided in the end, and it was majority, which was a law on meeting tax obligations. We're tightening controls on tax fraud and tax avoidance. So what we're doing is we're collecting tax due. So we have criminalized certain areas of tax evasion, and we've got more international cooperation so that we're aligned with other countries. This is to stop tax avoidance. There was a parliamentary majority. So instead of having tax reform, we have a law on meeting tax obligations. So that's what we're focusing on. So we're trying to stop people sort of running away to China so that they can avoid tax. Thank you, Senator. Catalina Fernandez from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will give you some answers now on the questions pertaining to the covenant and quotas. Thank you very much, Minister. With regard to the payment of our UN contributions, well, it's true that Chile doesn't appear on the Roll of Honor in 2024. That's because this includes payments up to December 2024, but we paid our UN contributions for 2024. It was $13.2 million. It's been fully paid, but it was paid this year. So it was a late payment. Now, with regard to our UN contributions for 2025, we've already paid $12.7 million. That's the vast majority of our contributions. It's just $800,000 which is left to pay. So it's just a small proportion. As we're not fully paid up, that's why we're not on the Roll of Honor. But we do hope to meet that obligation in the very near future. Now, with regard to the optional protocol to the covenant, we haven't managed to complete the ratification as yet. As I said before, we believe that the Inter-American Court of Human Rights mechanism is binding and therefore offers us an alternative and actually provides greater protection of rights, and the obligations under the San Salvador Protocol have been fully respected by the state, including portability. There's nothing else to tell you on the optional protocol to this covenant yet.
Presidenta, con eso habríamos...
Thank you, Chair. I believe that completes our answers for the questions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The floor is now open to Mr. Binfer to pose his questions under cluster 2. You have the floor, sir.
Chair, and I'm asking questions on Article 6, right to work, rights at work, Article 7, Article 8, trade union rights and social security. That is my part. Yeah. And overall, the committee would like to acknowledge the post-COVID recovery of the labor market and decreasing of numbers of young adults not in employment. It further welcomes in 2023 that the government of the state party agreed to reduce the weekly working hours, as far as I understood, from 45 to 40 hours, and introduced a bill that promotes work-life balance. Can you expand on the outcomes of the National Human Rights Plan 21 to 25? That's my question, in particularly on the outcomes related to Article 6 to 9. That would be very nice. And maybe you can also let us know on the newly disaggregated data on income poverty related to labor, to work, and to those working in informal areas. That would be interesting. Second is the committee acknowledged the progress being achieved in the inclusion of women in employment. In this context, the committee welcomes the Gender Parity Initiative and the Labor Equity Plan. The same can be said about the 50-50 to 2030 initiative and other legal initiatives. Further welcome measures on gender equality, quotas established on the board of directors. You already mentioned this. Yeah? So despite this progress, the committee is concerned about the persistent structural barriers to achieve equal remuneration for work for equal value. The persistent gender pay gap, 23.3%, which I read is very high still. And also the women are overrepresented in low-paying sectors with less job stability, education, health, caregiving, commerce, while men dominate higher paying areas, industry, mining, technologies. You mentioned that will take time, but interested what you are planning to do. I equally remains alarmed given the limited access to employment opportunities for other disadvantaged groups of women, including lesbian, bisexual, transgender, LGBTIQ, indigenous, Afro-descendants works, and women with disabilities. And the problem of very limited social security access of self-employed women. What does the government, is my question here, plan to recognize the principle of equal pay or equal value? And what is the status of the 4 bills that have been introduced to the legislative power on this matter over the last year? And what is what are the actual effects of the 2021 legislation that requires boards of public companies and state-owned companies to have 40% women in their boards? And what is the current status of the anti-discrimination law bill rejected by the Senate in 4th of June 2024? My next questions relate to the right to work, Article 6. First, on equal access. The committee notes that Chile has significant lower maternal employment rates than the average OECD countries, 60% to 71% respectively, particularly for women with young children. So my question is, what programs are undertaken to concrete measures that has been taken to promote equal access to employment, livelihood, wages, and pensions for women? What are the status of the new government bill that aims to expand childcare for formal workers with children aged 0.2? And what are the targeted and cultural appropriate action being implemented to guarantee access to the labor market for indigenous women and outcomes that has been recorded to this? And how you effectively try to prevent and combat gender-based violence, sexual harassment at the workplace? Next question relates to the informal sector and domestic workers. The committee is concerned that informality has even been increasing with far-reaching consequences, particularly in the field of domestic work, also for migrant workers, maybe with the increase of migrant workers being able to receive equal payment or access to social services because they're in the informal sector. So my question would be, what concrete steps has been taken to reduce informality across all population groups, especially among women, older workers, youth, migrants, indigenous and Afro-descendant communities, particularly also in the area of domestic work? And what incentives exist or are planned to encourage employers to create formal employment opportunities? And what do you plan to extend the coverage of social protection and occupational safety to workers in the informal sector? The next questions relate to forced labor. The committee takes note with concern that the State Party report does not contain information on the situation of forced labor in the country. It received information, but that Chile does not have a specific specialized law that especially condemns forced labor in all its form. So my question would be, could you give more details on the situation of forced labor and what measures the State Party has undertaken in order to combat forced labor in all forms? Concerning child labor would be my next question. The committee welcomes the adoption of the multiple legislation and institutional measures to prevent and eliminate child labor and provide direct assistance to victims. It acknowledged the strategy to eradicate child labor and to protect adolescent workers, 2015 to 2025. Nevertheless, it was brought to the attention of the committee that while several strategies are in place, still the cases for forced labor of children, especially migrant children, is documented and seems to be there. The committee also notes with concern that it's, according to our information, we have received 50.5% of children and adolescents and children are engaged in child labor, particularly in the age group of 9 to 14, it's 20%. The committee is also concerned that progress in the prosecution of child sexual exploitation crimes at the national level has been limited with new convictions and no effective system developed by the state to detection, prevention, and diagnose. So that is my question. The state provide updated data on the prosecution and convention on commercial sexual exploitation of children and what you are planning to reduce or cope with these child labor problems. Seventh area is then persons with disability. So the committee welcomes Inter alia, your acts on equal opportunities and social inclusion for persons with disabilities, which has been adopted, and incentives for the inclusion of persons with disability in the labor market, as well as the National Plan on Universal Accessibility up to 2032. At the same time, concerned that people with disability face high unemployment rates. The committee is particularly concerned that 60.3% of women with disabilities are economically inactive. Social stigmatization and discrimination and lack of oversight mechanisms seems to hinder their integration into the labor market. So what does your plan, that is my question, to ensure that private companies complies with the recruitment quotas and workplace accessibility standards? And what specific measures has been taken to ensure that women with disabilities and persons with disabilities from indigenous communities, rural and ethnic minorities benefit from equal employment promotion and incentive projects? Let me come to Article 7, right to just and favorable conditions of work. One question relates to migrant workers. How does the state ensure labor protection for migrant workers, particularly those in irregular and undocumented situation, in accordance with the principles of just and favorable conditions? One question also related to sexual and gender-based violence at the workplace. We welcome the legislation known as Karin Law that amends the labor code, will come into force July 24, imposing new obligations on employers to mitigate and report on workplace harassment. Maybe you can report how this has been implemented and if it is also effective for LGBTIQ persons and for other particularly vulnerable groups like African descendants and indigenous peoples. Next point is on minimum wages. We have realized what you have also said at the beginning, that you have a minimum wage legislation in between. So what measures has the state party taken to enforce wage and hour regulation in the informal sector? That is the question. Strengthens inspection mechanisms. And how do you assess the value of the minimum wage when it comes to inflation over time? What are the mechanisms you have installed? I come to the question on Article 8, right to inform and join trade unions. Again, we welcome the establishment of the Trade Union Training and Collaborative Labor Relation Fund, covering trade union training and promotion of social dialogues. But we have also committed the reports from the International Trade Union Confederation and by the CEDAL, Central Organization of Workers of Chile, which include that violent repression of the protest against anti-trade union reform still happen, as well as the detention of trade union leaders has been, particularly in the artisanal fisher sector, been noted. The committee takes note that the state parties, National Human Rights Institution and other CSO has identified that structural hurdles to unionization and factual low unionization rates in the country is still a problem concerning the realization of economic, social and cultural rights. So what you are planning to overcome this to support unionization and to protect freedom of association to deal with this. And my time is over, so I come to my last question, which is on social security. We welcome again that by law, foreign children, that you have increased, particularly as you explained, your rates on social security. So the question is, and you mentioned that all women and men will get the same rate. Nevertheless, it was brought to the attention of our committee that with regard to the access to social security in old age, there's still a concern about serious pension problems for women worsening. It has been found that 50% of retired women only receive half of the minimum wage, while men get, in the average, 75%. So how is your new law, I couldn't read it in the literature, affecting this? Will you address this problem? That would be of particular interest for us. So what measures are contemplated to increase the average amount of old age pension, eliminate discrimination based on sex of the contributors, and how you plan to address and rectify unequal access of indigenous peoples and people in the informal sector to social protection? Thanks a lot. It was a lot of questions, but we are really interested in your new developments, which you have described. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Winfer. Your Excellency, you have 30 minutes to respond to the questions posed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. En primer lugar.
Thank you very much. To begin about the quality and non-discrimination promotion measures and progress made in the reform of the anti-discrimination law, Daniela Quintanilla, Deputy Secretary will answer. Thank you, Minister. The Citizen Participation and Non-Discrimination Observatory of the government has promoted actions aimed at improving inclusion and preventing discrimination against historically excluded groups. Between 2022 and 2024, they trained over 14,000 civil servants on specific human rights, migrants, asylum seeker, and refugees topics. Also, modules on person with disability and the LGBTQ plus population were offered. There were also 18 thematic workshops bringing together over 1,000 participants to talk about gender, childhood, interculturality, sport, leisure, historic memory, migrants, persons with disabilities, and others. In addition to having 6 nationwide communication campaigns to promote gender and sexual diversity, revitalizing indigenous languages, and eradicating violence in all its forms and manifestations. On the reform on the anti-discrimination law, as was said during our previous answers, it was rejected outright by the Chamber of Deputies, and that means that presently we are on the 3rd constitution review and a mixed commission, which is made up of representatives from both chambers. We have deputies as well as senators from National Congress. We in the executive have put together a roundtable with advisors from this mixed commission in order to have as cross-cutting an agreement as possible so as to have a reform of this law that will improve the state's ability in legal action and to guarantee that we can shorten the time frames so that reparation measures can swiftly be provided and to promote the use of anti-discrimination institutions. It has been a complicated, difficult legislative change. It took us time and effort, but we in the executive are fully committed to forge ahead in trying to secure an agreement within Congress so as to improve this. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. On employment, I would like to speak about persons with disabilities in employment. This is an area in which there are significant gaps, in spite of having a law that sets a hiring quota of persons with disabilities in businesses with over 100 employees, as well as in public institutions. We have identified gaps, which is why we approved an amendment to the labor inclusion law. Not only does it raise the quota from 1 to 2%, one of the key things that it does is that it provides better conditions to monitor that obligation with the Ministry of Labor, and also it provides better conditions so that the legislation is enforced. The representative from the Labor Department can add to this answer. On child labor and the figure that was shared saying that it's about 15.5%, the child labor rate, I'd like to say something that's quite germane here. When there are surveys of activity for children and adolescents, the one from 2023, they used a definition. It's an important point because we think it's important to have the whole picture of the situation. And this definition differs from the previous version. In this survey, we started to assess not just child labor in employment and in other economic activities, but we started to assess domestic and non-remunerated care and dangerous child labor, which is why our child labor rate stands at 15.5%. A figure that at first glance is quite shocking. That does not mean that it's an increase from the previous situation. What it does mean is that we are looking at the picture differently because we weren't seeing the full picture before. I see this as a step forward, that now we can see what before we could not. But as soon as we see it, we realize how daunting the challenge we have is and how important it is for us to have shared responsibility of care. So I wanted to make that point clear, and then Miguel Barros from the Department of Labor will further elaborate on that point later. He will talk about employment and the gender gap, minimum wage, harassment in the workplace, and our challenge with the informal economy, which you pointed out, and it is a concern for the state as well. Thank you very much, Minister. Greetings to the committee. Recently, in the past few years, as a country, we've had a packed agenda in the Labor Department where we have had progress in various areas of our labor market. We have a series of regulations that have changed, indeed improved the standard of living of people in our country. There has been a noticeable rise in the minimum wage, the highest historic rise in decades. Currently, it's 539,000 Chilean pesos, about 600, not quite 600, but almost 600 US dollars. And that's a real 35% increase, nominal 50% increase. Now that was possible thanks to a social dialogue organized by the Ministry of Labor. And that was the main strategy to promote all progress in the area. And then also tax responsibility, fiscal responsibility that has allowed us to have this progress, mindful of the small and medium businesses. And that has been a big part of it. The goal of this historic wage raise has been that no one that works a full day and has minimum wage should live under the poverty line. And we've managed that. We succeeded. On the labor market, we owe a debt of gratitude to the committee. We should say that between 2022, we have created about 600,000 new jobs. But 96% of them are formal jobs. And 65% of these formal jobs are held by women. Quality jobs with social rights, security, protection given to them. The successful recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic that dealt a harsh blow to the market has allowed formal employment to fully recover. When we compare with the same trimester in 2019, of course, there's still some concern over the unemployment rates, still quite high. And it particularly impacts women. On the long term, unemployment has gone up in nearly 11 years. This increase in the unemployment rate correlates to the economic slowdown in our country, which is due to many factors. And the growth rate we had in 2012 at 6.4%, now it's between 2 and 3%. In spite of the slowdown, we can see that the unemployment work rate, informal work, is at 25%, a historic low. We don't have specific information to account for the drop in informal economy, but we believe that that is partly due, or significantly due, to regulations, like the one on work on digital platforms. Estimates are, or we plan on facilitating access to Social Security through a project that we hope, that single taxing project that we hope will help people join the formal economy. And in spite of the gaps that the committee has noted, women have significant gaps in the participation in the labor market, in unemployment, and in the informal economy. However, and also in the pay gap. But in all of these cases, we can see positive trends which give us hope, such as the pay gap. It's about 11% now, but in 2019, now it's 5%. In 2019, it was 11%, so it has gone down, which is encouraging. We have also seen a drop in non-remunerated work, thanks to the National Survey on the Use of Time of the National Statistics Institute from 2023, which hadn't been done since 2015, and it allowed us to see the reduction in men's participation in domestic work and care. However, this main gap still exists, and it's the average time devoted to care. Women devote twice as much time than men do. These are all areas for future work. How do we plan to redress the situation? Mainly with shared responsibility measures. For example, the long reduction of the working day. There were specific working hours for people providing care, and then additional rest days to compensate for overwork. There was also a specific law to have family work-life balance, which created some rights to benefits caregivers. And the main challenges for the country relate providing national system of care, recognizing the right to be cared for and to provide care and to care for oneself, and tackling gender inequalities. And it's a gap for Chile, which is essential to improve women's labor participation by reducing the hiring barriers for women and the wage gap, given that the current legislation created employment discrimination against women by tying hiring women to a company needing to have over 20 employees. There should be equal treatment for both genders in this case. Additionally, the Ministry of Labor is improving the subsidy system, bringing together 3 employment subsidies, such as the youth employment subsidy, the women subsidy, and the provisional subsidy for young workers, putting them all together into one more modern, fair instrument, focusing on workers that don't have job experience, to encourage them to hold jobs on the long term. We hope that the amounts, there'll be about 190,000 pesos per month given to them as subsidies. And the subsidy policies will be adopted to the realities of the labor market as time passes. And to move on to the next topic. In the informal market, we see with concern the high informal market rates, especially for the domestic work sector. And we're working with the trade unions in order to improve the strategies, which are a structural difficulty because it's they're working in the household, and it's difficult to know that they're working when they're working in the household. On forced labor, we can say that we're putting together a national action plan for the eradication of forced labor, implemented through a special committee, ad hoc committee created to that end, with representatives from various ministries and services. They proposed many actions that are currently being considered for potential approval. Regarding the Karen law, which is the law on eradicating labor violence and labor harassment, sexual harassment, this law has brought about an important cultural change in our country. Many behaviors that were taken for granted, seen as normal in the labor market, now are well known, and they're not accepted, and that has created an increase in the number of complaints. So many complaints that the institutions, the Ministry of Labor specifically, has had to come up with specific plans in order to deal with the sheer increase in the volume of complaints, not just by increasing the resources, but also providing training to the civil servants and creating technological mechanisms to make it easier for people to present complaints.
The Ministry of Employment is evaluating that law and stands ready to make any necessary adjustments to it in order to ensure that we have workplaces free from violence for everybody. That law obviously also has a gender perspective. This is because we find that most of the complaints about workplace and sexual harassment are made by women. With that in mind, the gender perspective must be part of the investigations by the state's teams and by the companies themselves, so that the person who addresses these kind of complaints is properly qualified. So these are the subjects I wanted to address for the time being, Minister. Thank you, Miguel. Now, questions on social security and the pensions gap, and also the informal sector and gender inequality. I'll give the floor to Senator Coloma to answer on these questions. Obviously, the state is concerned about these gaps, but there's been recent reform and Senator has been in charge of some of those reforms. Thank you very much. I'll try and give you a brief explanation. Following 10 years of debate, we've achieved an agreement on pensions, which was what I explained to you a few moments ago. But one of the most important components was the role of women. And I think that that was really at the heart of the discussion. There are two pillars of the pension system in Chile. There's the individual capitalization system. So workers save up during their careers, and that's through their contributions, which will improve their pensions later on. Then you have the social pillar, and that leads to the guaranteed universal pension, which is between $200 and $300. That's the basic pension, which is given to people when they reach the age of retirement, 65. So what happens with the new reform, which will come into force on the 1st of January next year, so 3 or 4 months from now? What does it do for women? Firstly, it ensures that at the same age and with the same savings, you get the same pension. Well, you would say that's logical. But what happens in Chile, as in many countries around the world, that wasn't the case, because women have a longer life expectancy. So the forecast as to how long the savings would have to last meant that women would receive a pension which was 11% lower. Even if they were at the same age and they'd saved up as much, they would have a lower pension because they'd live longer. But that's now been corrected. So from the 1st of January next year, current pensioners and future pensioners will have the same pension regardless whether men or women at the same age and with the same capitalisation. Then a woman who is retired will get a premium after she's contributed 10 years, I beg your pardon, into the scheme. So this means to say that if she paid in her individual contributions for 10 years, she will get an additional payment, so a pension supplement, and it's for 20 years for men. Then many of the problems for pensions for women were linked to the fact that it's difficult for them to save up because they have children and they take care of other people. So this is what the technical experts told us. So what we did is we ensured that these periods in which a woman doesn't work because she was taking care of her children or her parents, because women tend to play that role as well, when a woman is off work for those reasons, then the state will make the necessary contributions. So this means to say that we won't have these gaps in the future. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to close the gap between men and women's pension, just because of their gender, because of their savings. So that law is going to come into force on the 1st of January of next year, and it was a cross-cutting agreement. I think it was a real watershed for Chile after many years. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Now, with regard to convictions because of commercial sexual exploitation of children and adolescents, I'd like to give the floor to the judge now. Thank you, Minister. I'll give you a brief answer to the question you asked as follows. Firstly, I'd like to point out that according to the CRC, Chile has worked towards effective protection of victims of sexual exploitations. It holds the perpetrators to account. They are criminalized under the criminal code of Chile. So there are a series of behaviors which are criminalized, and this is behavior with regard to children. So the criminal code considers the following kind of behavior: selling child pornography involving children under 18. This is in Article 3674, paragraph 1, producing pornographic material using children under 18, that's paragraph 2, and trafficking of minors. And obtaining sexual activities from a child was also criminalized. Now, when it comes to the specific case of promoting or facilitating the sexual exploitation of a child under the age of 18, in the period between 2022 and up until now, there have been 97 convictions handed down. Most of them have led to prison sentences of 15 years, 1 day, up to 20 years, or life sentences. There was one lower sentence when it was considered to be just a case of omission rather than actual positive act. So that's the answer I can give you. That's the data that we've got on that specific crime. Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge. So that's the data of criminal prosecutions, and without a shadow of doubt, that comes within the framework of a policy to combat the commercial sexual exploitation of children. This is something which is contained in the latest action plan for children and adolescents, which has a legal level, and we are following up with follow-up action to combat commercial sexual exploitation. So we have investigations and the courts involved, but we're aware of challenges that we still need to address as a state involving various sectors. Now, with regard to the outstanding questions on labour, perhaps you can refer to trade union membership, Miguel, and migrant workers. I know we haven't got much time, but I'll try and answer those questions. With regard to trade union affiliation, the state hasn't seen any problems in the creation of trade unions. Perhaps the best evidence of this is the fact that we have over 14,000 trade unions in Chile, up and down the country. Furthermore, the Ministry of Labour has constant dialogue, notably when it comes to formulating public policies. Perhaps the best example I can give you of this concerns the law which reduces the working week to 40 hours. There was a specific mechanism there for reducing the working week in sectors like the mining sector. And this was something that was agreed with the most representative trade unions from the sector. Now, we realise that we need to broaden the coverage of collective bargaining. But at the same time, we see that we have higher levels of trade union affiliation than many European countries with a longer trade union history. But we have a low coverage of collective bargaining because we generally have company level negotiations, and so we don't have any mechanisms which allow for higher level negotiations. It is possible, and we do have examples of trade union federations and confederations negotiating, notably when it comes to the bakery sector. But that is an exception to the rule, because generally we have company level negotiations, but Chile is committed to submitting a project to broadening collective bargaining. That's a commitment we've made to the most representative trade union confederation. We've also had formal agreements such as raising the minimum salary, and this was achieved thanks to social dialogue with our trade unions movement. Now, with regard to foreign workers, I've only got 1 minute left. If we look at labour market participation rates of migrant workers, we'll see that it's actually higher than for Chileans. It's over 20 percentage points higher. They have lower levels of unemployment, and they're slightly more likely to be in the informal sector. But even workers in the informal sector have access to social security in Chile through direct contributions to pension administration funds, because they can create a provisional capitalization fund. So there is access to social security, even for informal sector workers. And they also have access to other social rights, which I think covers the needs of foreign workers who are in the informal sector in our country. Thank you very much, Miguel. That brings us to the end of our answers to your questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll, of course, open the floor now for follow-up questions. And of course, you'll have 20 minutes after that to respond. And if you feel some answers have not been given, you could use that opportunity as well. So the floor is open for colleagues to pose follow-up questions. Mr. Winfer, I see you have requested for the floor, and other colleagues may also wish to take the floor at this stage. But Mr. Winfer, please begin.
Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for all the detailed answers you have given and the good explanations. I have some maybe additional questions which I couldn't pose also because of the time limit that is also no good. My first aspect relates a bit to worker safeties and occupational health and safety. And well, when I was preparing, you just had 5 accidents in your biggest mine in August of death after a mine collapse or something like an accident in that mine. So my question is, what is about your safety provisions and particularly also your labor inspectors? Is it enough what you have in order to cope with this? That would be very interesting for me. I would also like to ask maybe if you discuss a bit more about rural and the informal sectors, how you can really give more incentives or where the largest problems you have in this aspect. You haven't really, that would be my third point, discussed a lot the issue of migrant laborers. I know you have an increasing number of migrants, but how is the problem there? And particularly also, is it possible to control maybe informal, hidden participation in the work sector? And maybe also the question concerning public workers' possibility to join trade unions and to strike. That would be interesting for me to learn about recent developments or how you discussed this. That would be at least 5 more questions from my side. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Winfo. I recognize that Ms. Laura Perez wishes to take the floor. You have the floor, ma'am.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my greetings and thanks to the Chilean delegation for this constructive dialogue. I'd like to acknowledge the progress that your country has made in the national care system and also the possibility of recognizing care as a right. You've made a lot of progress in your laws on various areas. My question concerns the upcoming challenges for the national care system. How's it going to be funded? I'd also like to obtain more details, if you have them available, about the progress you've made in the carers register. Thank you very much.
The floor is open for more questions. If not at this stage, we can come back to it later. But Your Excellency, you have some extra time as well, apart from the 20 minutes, should you wish to respond to unresponded questions. Thank you. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin with the last question concerning the national care and assistance system. It's a priority for our government, but we've also seen that it's received broad political support. So our hope is that this can gather pace and that we can establish a state policy on care. I think there's been a lot of progress in raising awareness about care work. We see that carers' work is at the heart of the political agenda, as it is in other Latin American and Caribbean countries. We've been working alongside them as well as we work together on creating national systems. what we've proposed is that we've proposed a care and support system, because as you'll see from the subjects we've raised during the course of the dialogue, many of the economic, social and cultural rights in the Covenant can be jeopardized because of inequalities between men and women in the areas of social security, care, and so on and so forth. So it's very important that these are subjects at the heart of the agenda, because there are some structural subjects which require better sharing out of responsibilities. Otherwise, we won't be able to tackle the root causes. That's what lies behind the care and support system. I think we have to look at what's been going on in the Latin American region, and notably the advisory opinion of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, which recognizes the right to care as a standalone right. Chile submitted a report on those proceedings, and this right to care is something that we are transposing into our domestic law. That's why we have a bill which recognizes the right to care, the three dimensions of it: self-care, the right to care, and the right to be cared for. We establish the national care and assistance system, which ensures that there will be equal distribution of care work amongst genders, and care work is recognized. And we also point out that there should be better distribution of care work among the state, extended family, community, and the bill is now its second reading at the Senate. It was adopted by the Chamber of Deputies by a broad majority, and we hope that it will receive the same fate in the Senate so that it becomes a law within a few months. That's what we want. At the same time, the government has advanced with a number of initiatives, such as establishing the National Carers Register, which means that we'll be able to provide accreditation for persons who provide non-remunerated care for persons with a moderate or high level of support needs. We created this register in November of last year, and we already had over 200,000 registered by the middle of this year, by July and August. So the data shows us something we already knew: 86% of persons registered are women. And we have also been extending what the public sector can provide and increased the resources for the care system during the course of this government. That's what I can tell you about the care system at the moment, and I stand ready, though, to answer any additional questions you may have on the subject. Now, I'd like to come back to the questions which are directly linked to employment. So I'll hand the floor over to Miguel Barro again. Miguel, can you tell us more about the measures being adopted to tackle informality? That means to say the informal label sector, because we know that this is one of the challenges to the correct enjoyment of economic, social and cultural rights. Thank you very much, Minister. I'd like to thank the committee once again for these questions. Now, when it comes to occupational health and safety, we made a lot of progress in this area in recent years. I'd firstly like to point out that we recently deposited our instrument of ratification of ILO Convention 155, which means that we'll then have ratified all the core instruments. So it means that we will be one of the most advanced countries in the region when it comes to full labour protection. A couple of years ago, we also deposited our instrument of ratification for ILO Convention 176, which is the right to consultation and participation in occupational health and safety in industry. This meant that we formed a tripartite commission for drafting the national policy on occupational health and safety in mines. This once again shows the relevance of social dialogue for our ministry. We involved a number of different entities in the process, including expert bodies, and we also had representatives from the Permanent Labour Council, which was created in 1986 through a labour reform, and it's made that social dialogue institutional, so we have the highest levels of representation from employers, employees, and the Ministry of Labour, of course. We've also updated the national occupational health and safety policy covering the period running up to 2028. This is part of the national programme for occupational health and safety. There are 115 programmes which are designed to strengthen risk prevention in all sectors of our economy. I'd also like to point out that in July 2024, we adopted a regulation on preventing labour risks for a safe and healthy work environment. And this is a way of showing you how Chile cares for occupational risks. We have strong institutions in this area which enable us to address issues in the mining sector. Now, we had that very unfortunate accident in the El Teniente mine belonging to the state copper mining company. But mining has the lowest number of accidents of any economic sector in our country. So that shows you that we address safety issues very seriously. Mining occurs in remote areas of our country where you have to have intensive exploitation, and the industry has a high level of technology. Mining also pays the highest average salaries in the country. So there's a lot of technology which has also enabled us to reduce the level of accidents. We haven't wiped them out because there are still some accidents, but we have institutions which investigate and propose preventive measures. We're seeking to update the law on work accidents and professional injuries, and we're working hard with trade unions on risk prevention and the classification of professional injuries. There's an independent commission which undertakes that classification. It's not the employers' insurance companies that do that classification. It's not them. Now, when it comes to trade union membership of civil servants, I'd like to point out that we have a very curious phenomenon in Chile. Civil servants are not allowed to establish trade unions under the Labour Code, but there are specific laws which allow civil servants to create civil servants associations. And both domestic courts and international organizations like the ILO recognize them as being the equivalents of trade unions, and they have the same traditional rights of trade unions. So this has led to greater affiliation of these associations among civil servants in the private sector, and we have a public sector which employs a majority of women, 62%. So there is a high level of trade union activity in Chile. In fact, we see that women are the majority of the largest trade union confederation. I say it's the largest one in terms of the number of trade union members. So these are strong institutions which defend their members well. If we delve further into the details, then we'll see that even though these associations are allowed to negotiate according to the law, but in practice they do, and they're actually responsible for the biggest social dialogue in our country, which is in civil servants. So we have this platform which makes a proposal every year for an update of salaries, but also includes a number of other traditional claims. And this platform has been in operation since we returned to democracy, going through all governments. There are early retirement schemes, childcare, and reducing the working week to 40 hours and decent work, gender equality, as well as other economic subjects which have already been mentioned. I'd also like to point out that in addition to this negotiating body, there are other 8 cross-cutting platforms and 5 sectoral mechanisms within the civil servants. We have them for state universities, for childcare facilities, and also now with regard to the third element of trade union freedom, which is the right to strike. It's not recognized in law formally, but it is practiced by civil servants or exercised by them. Not on a regular basis, but over the years, they have been able to convene national strikes. And in fact, on the 28th of November last year, there was a 24-hour strike convened by the public sector platform in order to demand wage increases. And this covered a number of different sectors, such as childcare facilities, forestry workers, culture and health, of course.
Que la sindicalización del sector público, si bien no...
And then the public sector, though it doesn't have this legislative constitutional recognition, in practice, they can freely exercise their trade union freedom. And lastly, on foreign informal workers, or the informal sector in general, we're working on the simplified contribution system, which I mentioned earlier. And there's also another mechanism which reforms the pension system. And that's for self-employed workers who will now be able to set a contribution amount and then have assistance from financial institutions to make that contribution. Because right now it can be difficult to do because every month they need to make a declaration, and we have simplified this contribution process so that now they can benefit from the pension and Social Security with the simplified contribution system. And there's also a mechanism that already is up and running for freelancers who, from their part of their tax payments, is used for the contributions for accident and professional and workplace accident insurance. Adding to one of the questions that was left unanswered. I would like to ask Deputy Secretary Quintanilla to speak more about the protection of human rights defenders, which of course includes trade union leaders. Thank you, Minister. In 2023, part of the initial work to develop the protocol for the protection of human rights defenders was holding a 5-day dialogue with civil society, with representatives from 65 different organizations on various areas. The protocol is quite broad. It has a broad definition of human rights defender, which covers any people or group of people that protect, promote, and defend fundamental rights. And so representatives of workers and trade union leaders are covered by the protocol. One of the days of dialogue was devoted to this subject precisely. We invited the main professional sectors from the public and private side, and they participated in these 5-day events. And part of the implementation strategy was an online training course on the protocol and on the rights of human rights defenders. By August 2025, we already had over 1,000 civil servants from various institutions that completed the course. And in the Department of Human Rights, we're going to be launching a new online training course called the Promotion and Protection of the Right to Work and Labor Rights. The course will have 4 different modules where we will be covering basic human rights concepts, the fundamentals, social rights, and how important they are in the workplace, the importance of international standards on the right to work. And there we will talk about the background of how labor rights came to be. We'll talk about the importance of international agreements to secure guaranteed dignified conditions of work and a regulatory framework for human rights at work, where we will talk about the legal framework that protects labor rights, talking about national and international standards. And we also talk about tools for the promotion and defense of labor rights in order to improve individual and collective tools to bring to light violations of rights in the workplace, and thereby protecting labor rights. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. And I believe that with these answers, we have covered the questions that you had for us in this cluster. As you can see, we have different public policies that are relevant for the covenant. We have been able to provide further detail, and we have shared these with you so that you could see how much effort has been put into it. And we recognize that there are still existing gaps. In spite of some public policies that we have been pushing for years, some gaps persist. Some inequalities are still there. So we're really grateful for this opportunity to have a constructive dialogue. And we would be very grateful to the committee if you have recommendations in these areas, because as you can see, we have public policies and we have improved our indicators, we have improved inclusion, but that doesn't mean that all the problems are behind us. And some of the ones that you mentioned, and some of them we knew about them already, but thanks to this constructive dialogue, we can bring them to light, discuss them, and receive your recommendations. There were questions about the formalization of the workforce, the labor participation gap, and the wage gap between men and women, and pending challenges we have in trade union and collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We really appreciate the efforts made by the state party to conform to the covenant provisions, and we also appreciate the very positive spirit in which you are participating in this constructive dialogue, prepared to take our
you.